Okay, let's go. Finally, we're getting around to messing with introducing. Oh, that's probably very loud. I'm sorry. Man, my mic arm is getting very squeaky lately. It's a pretty old thing. I think I've had this thing for like literally 10 years at this point. So probably like about time. I was gonna say buy a new one, but it works fairly well. It's a little squeaky. Maybe I just need to like oil it up a little. Anyway, fast travel. So in the actual game, and we're going to be doing all this testing, obviously in the actual like persistent world level. So let's go open up that level. We have a bunch of areas where we have like these checkpoints, save points, whatever you want to call them. And as the game grows, it's going to be probably a good thing to be able to like teleport between these areas of interest. And I figure implementing that with like the save system or like the checkpoint system makes the most sense. So you can just fast travel between them. When you get to a checkpoint, you can just teleport to whatever other checkpoints. And I think my current like level loading system should pretty easily support that because it's already effectively just hold on. I've been like building up a cold or something. My throat is not quite there, so I'm going to be drinking a little bit more today than usual. But it's already like loading levels by just giving them in the name of said level. So I should be able to just say, hey, load that level, and then what it does is it checks for any doors in the level that lead to the level that you just came from. All that I need to do is change that to, if it can't find any of the doors, put you into that level's like save point. And that should be pretty much all there is to it, I think. That's the idea anyway. I don't know if that's going to necessarily work all too well that way. But you know what? Let's just get started looking into how we're going to set this up. I don't really have a thorough idea as to how this is going to work, aside from that general setup that I just explained. So I think all the level loading is in the game instance. It's that mess of a blueprint that I show of every time I'm like, hey, blueprint can get a little messy. It's this one, I think. Yeah, it's called level loading. I have an entire like separate graph for it. So we have this level load, which takes in the level 2 load and the level that is currently loaded. It needs this because obviously it's also going to need to unload that level. So what that does is it checks whether or not currently the loading screen is playing. I guess that just prevents double triggers, even though I already have a dual ones in here as well. I don't want to touch that. That seems redundant, but sure. And then it sets the last level variable, sets the next level variable. I guess this might get a little messed up because I'm teleporting all over the place. But we'll see that in a moment. We'll disable the input when we teleport between. That makes sense. We fade in the loading screen and we bind to fade out end. So when the loading screen fades out, we disable the camera lag. We get the death screen. None of that matters, I don't think. We update the inventory save objects. Then we load a level by name, and we unload the current level by name. So by the time we get to this, the new level is loaded and the old level is unloaded, right? So that should be load level doors data. We check if the player character is valid. If so, we load the inventory by object. Sure. If not, we skip that. And then we reset level doors. And we set player location start level. Which is something that exists on the game mode. For some reason. I think in here what we just do is we have this for loop of the doors, right? So we have a door thing, we check a door. If the door reference at some point in here, do we like return? We don't return, but we could. We could, right? So if door ref is valid and then we have door ref level to load is equal to the last level, then we do all this. And then I guess we check if the spawn location component is valid. It should be, but sure. And then we set the player, if the player is valid, we set the player to all that. So I guess if we do that, we can early return. So that returns this function, right? Meaning that if we get past this for loop, which is here, what we do is set player to checkpoint location. And that just needs to now get the location of a checkpoint, which how are we going to do that? I guess we can just get all actors of class. So we get checkpoints. Get all actors of class, checkpoint static class. That is correct. And then we, if save with number equal is greater than 0 and player is valid, player camera boom, set actor location, save point 0. Actor location, a vector plus 500, makes sense. False, null pointer, reset physics, sure. Movement component, stop movement immediately. Velocity 0, it does the same thing, but I guess that's what I'm doing here, maybe, I don't know. And then, yeah, I think this does the thing. So I think that's the C++ side of things done. Just adding a couple of extra lines of code to this function. The only thing would be, but there's never really probably will be, holy shit, bird, shut up. There's probably never will be actually like a huge deal, but the only issue that I can imagine is if we have two checkpoints in levels that are connected to each other with a door, this is still going to spawn you at the door and not at the checkpoint. If that does become an issue at some point, I can literally just add in a pool here to skip the door check and just immediately do this, I guess. So that's probably not a big deal, but I don't think that's gonna like really happen, because why would you have two checkpoints like almost literally next to each other? Like, it wouldn't be that difficult to just place in just a connecting like little hallway level even, just to prevent that from happening if I ever like really run into that. Because the only situation where I think I would run into that would be like maybe you have like after all the dungeons in the game, you have like a final little like a couple of rooms to go to the final boss. We have like a final challenge and you have a save point in that. And then you also have a save point before that, but those are like connected rooms. But just like putting in one room in between those, because it's a very specific scenario, would probably work well enough. Anyway, if we run into that, we can always come back there and change that. But for now, it's probably fine. And now that I think about it, we actually already have a way. We already have a set player to save point. Oh my god. How does this do? It's literally. So it's literally just that's where copy the code. Okay. So I guess we don't need to do this. we can just set player to save points instead. Does that take in any parameters? I don't think it did, right? It's just, yeah. So where's Unreal? But we could probably reuse this as well. Okay, so let's just try to get started with this. I'll just make a widget for my menu screens that implements something that triggers this level load. And I guess then we'll kind of figure it out. I'll make a custom event for teleport to level. But I already have something for that, because that's what happens when you die, right? Because when death is... Oh... That's... Okay, that makes sense then. So, if current level is equal to death, that's what we do. If we just died, we set our current level equal to the word death, which causes you to get set to the save points. But we can also just make this a OR boolean and check whether or not it is equal to fast travel. And that would let me custom event fast travel. The only thing that I need to check is if this specific event here does any like weird specific death related stuff, but I don't think it does. So that's fine. So we can just level load. The level to load will be that, and then I'm going to just copy over fast travel. And that should... This might actually be easier to implement than I thought it was going to be. I was kind of expecting this to take most of the stream. But if this just works, that would be fantastic. Yeah, so for now, we're just going to make this like a little bit of a list. Eventually, it would be really neat if we could like incorporate this into some kind of map, I guess. Maybe. We'll see. For now, let's go into my UI folder where we have the... I already have like a DevTool thing in here that has a level select menu in it as well. But that didn't really work very well. I'm going to look into it though. Because this is just a scroll box with a handful of levels in it. That get, I think, populated from like a data table somewhere. Yeah, dev level loading. And what this does is it just... what does it do? Fantastic question. On level selected, it removes itself from parent. I guess this level select is the thing that actually drives this version of it. Yeah, it just does level load and then... Hold on, but if we just do this... That's probably a bad idea, right? Text to string to name. That's probably not... That's probably not it. Yeah, let's make that a separate name. I kind of forgot that I had this set up, not gonna lie. So that might make it even easier. Yeah, level select menu, we have like creating this thing. Refresh. I guess I made that a string for some reason. Yeah, okay. Do I have any way that I add this to the screen? Surely I do somewhere. I also renamed my player class. Are you guys proud of me? I renamed my player class to something. I forget already. Oh yeah, Dark Shadow, so that I don't have to be like confused with the million different third-person characters that exist in the project. Let's see. I guess for now we just do debug key. I don't know, H. I don't have anything mapped to H yet, I don't think. Create widgets. That would be teleport. What is it called? Level select. Menu. Add to viewport. Save everything before we try stuff. So yeah, that might actually like be everything we need to do. Which again means that the inclusion that we made here, wherever it is, probably actually doesn't really matter because we haven't even built that yet, right? So if I do this and I say, well, hold on. And I say I want to go to the spawner tutorial. I feel like it's not working. There we go. Why did it crash? Set player to save points. Oh, we don't have a save point there anymore. That is fair. We probably should put in if save points is less than equal you return. Yeah, we just need to add in a save point to that level. And then we, once that works, if that works, I remember this working kind of in the past, but only once. I think the system kind of broke if you did 2 teleports back to back without like going through an actual door. I did watch State of Unreal today, yeah. I am excited to look into specifically like the new templates for Unreal 5.6. We were talking about it a little bit in the Discord. And I think having like more templates to work with is actually going to be like great for tutorials and stuff. Because if I'm doing a tutorial on something that fits better in some other template aside from like third person or maybe even first person. Sometimes I use first person, but very rarely. I think that can make the tutorials a little bit more fun in some ways. Just generally better setup stuff so that I don't have to like, if some of these like for instance have some basic like interfaces set up maybe to like interact between objects, I don't need to like include that in my tutorials anymore. So I'm kind of hoping that they're a little bit more thorough than the templates that we've had so far. The improved nanite foliage seemed really cool. Definitely going to look into that. Not for my game, because obviously not really like super relevant here, but it definitely looked very cool. But aside from that, like 5.6 seems to be mostly a update that is like really dedicated to under the hood changes, which is good because it's been like a thing for a while now that Unreal isn't like super well. Well, I don't want to say super well optimized because that's like some thread interactive level of bullshit. But there's certainly like technical limitations for it, specifically with it being like heavily single threaded in a lot of areas that it has no reason to be, aside from that's how it just was already. And it seems like they're really like putting some effort into that, right? So that makes me happy to see, because like I think they even said like state trees and stuff like that are being moved over. I don't know if they're just as a whole being moved over to a worker thread, or if they will give you the more free capability of moving these things over to worker threads. I don't know how that's going to work, but that's, I can only imagine that's going to help with having like larger crowds of AI agents in like your game as well, right? Because if those state trees can now be worker threads, that means that they no longer necessarily have to block the game thread, which means that having more of them probably will scale a little bit better. And that's a thing that I've personally really run into. Again, I've done a little bit of like benchmarking with my own characters at some point. It was using behavior trees, so I haven't really done any like mass benchmarks for the enemy characters in my game yet with state trees. But there it turned out that like the navigation system was bottlenecking things way before like their actual like geometry and stuff was bottlenecking anything. Because of course you have like LODs and you also have like nanite skeletal meshes now, but like LODs still like do the job fairly well, and Unreal like generates LODs fairly well by just like 2 button presses, so that's good enough. But I was getting bottlenecked by like the CPU heavy load of like pathfinding on the nav mesh. So if they also could like move that over to like its own thread, that would probably mean that I can instantly like get 2, 3, 4 times as many enemies on screen at the same time. Question is, do I specifically want that in my game? Probably not in most cases, but there might be situations where I would like to put in like 20 enemies at the same time. Like if they're weaker enemies and you just like need to go through them en masse or something like that. Right now, that's just like not really possible unless I have a like overarching like manager like object or tree or whatever that prevents some of them from moving while others are moving, and that kind of stuff. And I don't really want to like design that. But if they can just move that stuff over to like a different thread, I don't have to worry about that. So that would be great. So yeah, it seems like mostly 5.6 is highly focused on what I understand is also the main like goal looking forward into like developing toward Unreal 6 at some point in the next couple of years, which is the parallelization of a lot of processes, right? And I think that that is in a lot of ways what Unreal like needs. So I think that's like a good direction to take things in. I think that like the rendering pipeline has also been improved from what I saw. I don't like know the details on that, but yeah. Let's put in into this level, the spawner tutorial, a save point. Did I call them save points or checkpoints? I called them checkpoints, I think. BP checkpoint. There we go. So yeah, I will not be upgrading this project to 5.6 just for those features. I've already upgraded this project like twice, and every time it's a massive pain in the ass. But I might, like, if 5.7 gives any particular like new features for, again, animation is something that they've been working on a lot, but if there's like something in a future update that really calls to me that I'm like, yeah, I want that, The fact that then also 5.6 made a lot of just like generalized like engine-wide improvements will be a nice bonus to have. That's kind of the way that I'm looking at that right now. Obviously, if I were to start a new project, 5.6 would be a good place to start with, because it's, from what I can see right now, just like a straight up improvement over 5.5 in pretty much every way. Add some new motion design stuff as well. Yeah, they've really been doing a lot of stuff with that as well. It's the one thing that kind of makes me worried sometimes about Unreal, is that it seems that they're developing so quickly and so broadly that I'm like, that's kind of asking for things to go wrong, right? that feels like it's okay, so that did not work. Did that like secretly load the thing anyway? So spawner tutorial is now loaded. Like, this level now exists, it just didn't move me there. But that's a good start. It also didn't unload the level that I'm currently in. Oh, that's probably the issue that I faced last time as well. Set player to save points. So that uses levels saved. No, it doesn't. Well, it does to get the streaming level. Ooh, that might actually be a little... Do keep in mind they have Fortnite money. It's... I know I'm not worried about it from a financial standpoint. I'm worried about it from a like technical standpoint, because it at some point does get to the point where like just throwing more money at a project doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to like scale well in development. There's just like a cap to human communication, right? And actually like throwing more money at a problem only makes that aspects of a project, the like managerial aspects, worse. It's the classic 9 women can't make a baby in a month, right? So like the fact that there's a lot of money going into it, that's kind of like the thing that sometimes does worry me, is that they have like a bunch of different teams working on a bunch of different things at the same time. But that also invites the possibility of lacking any direction, and that is... It's possible to get in each other's ways in that way, right? And it doesn't seem like that's happening, to be clear. It seems like they're managing that quite fine. But it definitely is something to like think about, like the whole like tech sector having this like move fast and break things kind of mentality is kind of not great when they're developing the software that you rely on to like do your thing. Sincerely, a previous Adobe user. I mean, Adobe didn't even like develop that quickly, but they do manage to break things a lot. Yeah, I mean, Unity is Unity. I mean, it's a good engine. I would argue that Unity's development has a more realistic base, which means that it's a lot slower in improving than Unreal, but it's more realistic. And I'm not saying that Unreal is gonna like fall apart at some point, but if like 5 years down the line, Unreal is like actually the bloated mess that gamers seem to think it is right now, and Unity like remains stable, like that wouldn't surprise me necessarily. I think there is definitely like merit to not taking things like too fast, too wide, and like losing focus. Because Unreal is trying to be everything right now, and if they succeed in that, that is magical, right? Because Unreal can be the everything tool, but and you only have to like learn to work in Unreal, and if Unreal can get its consistency between like different workspaces like sorted out, because they aren't always consistent in that because they're made by different people, so there's not always a like consistent user experience within different parts of the engine as well, which is not necessarily like a big issue, but it's one of those things where like I'd keep an eye on that because that is emblematic of this type of problem. Godot seems promising though. Yeah, Godot, I think it's fairly limiting in its own rights. I haven't tried it in like a year, but when I tried it, you could only like expose predefined like variable types to the editor, which in my opinion just means that it's not actually like usable. Like if you make your own struct with a couple of different like types within it, you just couldn't expose that to like the Godot editor, which is that might have been fixed by now for all I know. I would hope so, because it's been a year, and that's like actually like pretty like basic need type of stuff. Anyway, so we have this save game variable, level saved. We can't really mess with that, is the thing. So what if for this we just try to get the, didn't we have like get next level? Yes. What if we try to do it with that? Talking about things that I haven't touched for a year, this system. They added, I'm going to lower the volume a little bit. They added meta-humans directly into the engine as well. Yeah, that's kind of neat. But meta-humans is another one of those things where I'm like, I've seen Epic talk about them a lot, but I've only seen Epic talk about them a lot, if you know what I mean. It's like, I feel like it's mostly a thing that really helps if you like making super high fidelity like AAA games maybe, and maybe just like independent like indies don't really like get to use it as much because those characters only fit within a super high fidelity world, which means that the entire world needs to be high fidelity. And we talked a little bit about this in the Discord as well. Like the thing is, I feel like indie games oftentimes, while I try to do this, does it work? No, it doesn't. Okay, so we're just gonna kind of leave this to what it is, and we're gonna like build. I'm just gonna build off a new branch here because I don't really want to like deal with any of this. So like, I don't know. I'll get back to that thought in a moment. I hate that fucking chicken, man. Fast travel load. So if fast travel is true, we do fast travel load. Let's see if it is. This is a fucking. Is that player location? Yeah. So yeah, what I was going to say is I think that a lot of indies definitely have like a stronger visual style, which means that MetaHumans maybe doesn't like really vibe with what they do. They still are useful for like the real-time animation and like the VTubers maybe being able to use them with like 3D models. I can definitely see that happening as well. But like the actual like MetaHuman designer itself seems to mostly still be like set around realistic characters, which means that it's mostly going to be useful for like AAA games, which do have that realistic look to them because they differentiate themselves not by a general like stylized aesthetic, but by having strong art direction. Like if you think like God of War, for instance, right? That is a very realistic looking game that still has a visual identity due to its very strong art direction. Horizon is another one of those games. Assassin's Creed sometimes. These games have like the time and the people to like really get their art direction nailed down, so they can have a more realistic, like general look to their game without being super generic. A lot of people would still call it generic. A lot of games still do end up looking generic, but like realistic doesn't necessarily mean generic. It just means you have to put in some extra work to like create an identity. And I feel like indies don't always do that, and they use different routes to achieve their like visual identity for their game. Meaning that for indies, I don't think MetaHumans generally is going to be like a thing that we end up using a lot. But I might be mistaken. It might just like be a whole like army of indie developers working on the super realistic looking games now that still have like soul to them. You can convert stylized characters into MetaHuman. Yeah, no, you definitely can. And for like the animation side of things, that's still good. But like a huge part of MetaHuman is making the MetaHumans, right? Like just making your pre-made still like quite limited to somewhat humanoid proportions. But that's like just in general a limitation of what like mocap is gonna do for you. Character and putting it into MetaHuman for like animation purposes still is going to like save a lot of work, but that's like losing half the system with like usefulness. To be fair, it is also the animation side of things is probably the thing that you then actually like spend the most time with. Because once you have your character made, like actually like mocapping all the animation, if you're making like a story-based game or something like that, you're going to be spending way more time on that than the actual character creation. So maybe the majority of it is down to like the animation side of things, and that makes it still useful. So yeah, what the hell's happening with any of this, man? Because it's not unloading the last level, because the last level, oh, in this case, it's not unloading the last level because there is no last level. But that shouldn't really be an issue. The hardest thing in Unreal is to get rid of the Unreal look, in my opinion. Most Unreal games look similar due to default settings of Unreal. I mean, that's for every engine though, right? It's just like Unreal has a bunch of like assets that people use. Like if you're doing an asset flip, you're gonna look very Unreal. But in the same way that if you're doing an asset flip in Unity, you're gonna see that it's a Unity game. Like for the most part, like the Unreal look is just like the default settings that they provide you in like their PBR materials. The same way that the Unity look being a little bit more plasticky is just because like they have different roughness and specularity settings by default. But yeah, like 90% of the way your game looks is due to like how you set up your art. Which if you make your own art, that's not a problem. If you just use Megascans for everything, it's gonna look samey. because it's gonna be same, because it's literally the exact same assets. Unreal should invest some time in documentation. I mean, Unreal should invest some time in documentation in general, or templates for stylized games. They have one example for a stylized game, but it's like Unreal 4.25 at this point, so it's pretty old. But like everything in there still holds true, because if you're gonna make like a stylized game, like something that looks a little more like this than like your Assassin's Creeds of the world, you're not going to be using their like global illumination, like super new rendering techniques. You're going to be like relying on the older stuff anyway. So they have one, and again, a lot of that comes down to like the art that you yourself like put into the engine, and not necessarily the engine itself. Anyway, now that we have a last level value populated, let's try this again. I really should make this thing just enable the cursor. So if we do this, it's still not going to move me there, and it doesn't unload. Why doesn't it unload? What the fuck? What event even is this? This is load game. No, it's not. This is set player to save point. Okay, so that is because we're doing this fast. No. Wait, this makes no sense. Why am I doing that? Let me re-examine what we're actually doing here. Because I'm kind of making a mess of things. So when we select something, right, what do? Is we call level load with the next level and fast travel. Oh, there we go. Yes. So then we go through this. Last level is going to get set to fast travel. Probably should make a habit of adding comments to your blueprint. Yeah, this is a pretty uncommented mess. I'm also like bouncing back and forth between like 3 things at once, so that's why I'm not really like getting it. So this gets set to fast travel. This gets set to whatever we're trying to load. Then we disable input. Then we fade in. Blah, blah, blah. And then when we fade out, or when we finish fading in, we disable camera lag. We do some stuff with the death screen, which doesn't really matter for now. We update inventory. Then we load level by name. And we unload level by name. Oh. Yeah, no, that makes sense, doesn't it? That makes sense. So it's trying to unload a level called fast travel, which doesn't exist. So we can't just do this. I think we need to just like kind of copy this over and rewrite a bunch of it. I don't think hooking into this existing system is going to be as seamless as I thought it was going to be. So yeah, let's maybe like fast travel. What we're gonna do is this. Okay, this is a little scary, but we're gonna get there. A lot of this is also going to be able to be like simplified down if it's just a different function that does all this, hopefully. But if we just copy this entire setup over, And then we're going to strip this down in a moment. But for now, we have our next level. And we have our previous level. And our previous level can still just be... or current level, I think I call it everywhere. So now that will work. It's just the difference being is that it doesn't... yeah, that's all good. Let's compile just to see if any issues exist. So I guess we don't need to worry about the death screen at all, because it's going to be for fast travel, so it doesn't happen when we die. We load the next level, we unload the current level, then we load inventory by object. Let's keep that. Select level doors. We're going to get rid of, because what we're going to do is we're going to set player to save point. If this is equal to death, we don't need to check because this doesn't run as a response to dying. But we do want to check whether or not this is equal to the level that we last died in. Then we don't need to do any of the level door stuff. I don't think. So we can hook this up directly into there. Get rid of that. We fade out, we bind to the end of fade out, and we re-enable input and re-enable camera lag, and then we open this gate again. So yeah, I think that simplifies things a little bit. Which means that we can go back into this, and instead of level load, what we do is we do fast travel to the next level, and then we just need to get our current level. And I guess the way we do that is to get next level. This is a little confusing, but the thing that's the next level is the level that we're currently in, and current level is the level that we are going to be. This should work. It probably won't, but it should. And while we're at it, might as well go into the level select menu real quick. And on construct, we have like get player controller, show mouse cursor to true. If we're doing stuff anyway, might as well. They're really up to template game. Yeah, they have like a lot of them now, right? I really need to like look into that sometime this week. Before we do any of that, let's save. So yeah, technically this doesn't work until you've gone through a door. But you'll only be able to do this at checkpoint anyway, so it's probably fine. And then we spawn a tutorial. I'm at the spawner tutorial. I'm not at the save point. No, I'm not at the spawner tutorial. I'm just at the. Okay. Okay. Okay, why did that not work? Still this set player to save point bullshit. Can't I just do this? Because none of this really matters aside from that, right? So we can just when the next one is loaded, And when this one is unloaded, we only should have one more save point left, and that should be this. And then, what is this custom event even? It's just what we do next, okay. So this is not even like relevant at all. Yeah, it's really nice to have some like prototyping templates and stuff this way. Okay, so it still doesn't unload the proper level. It doesn't even load. It doesn't even load anything. Why doesn't it even load anything? What the hell? It loaded something before, but why doesn't it load anything now? The funny thing is that a bunch of these templates existed in Unreal 4, and then they got removed when we got Unreal 5, and now they're just like adding back in newer versions of them. Because we used to have like a vehicle template. We used to have, I think, a platforming template. And then they just kind of disappeared with Unreal 5, and now they're adding them back in with some more. There's definitely more than there were in the past, but like the fact that they just kind of removed a vehicle template altogether is really annoying. But it's good to see that they are back now, and they have like different versions. So why does this not work? Because this is running, surely. Yeah, no, that has to be running, because we like everything up to here at least needs to be running. The question is, does this run? The vehicle was back at 5.5. No, it wasn't. I don't think it was. Unless I missed that, but I have like 5.5 installed right here, and I don't think it has a vehicle template. Unless my other install that I work with a lot. Oh, vehicle is back. Yeah, no, you're right. Well, that's good. Could have sworn that that wasn't there. But more templates, again, always better. So it doesn't actually... Oh, that's because I'm... Okay, let me pay attention here for a moment. That's the wrong door. It's the opposite of paying attention. God damn it. Faded in runs. Okay. Unbind event to... Yeah, but I'm not even running that anymore. Am I? Am I? I don't think that's part of this anymore. Oh, set player to save point. Yeah, now it is. Okay, let's just keep removing stuff until we get no more errors, and then I don't know what then. And then we'll actually start making a plan, I guess. Okay, so unbind on level shown does not work because save game variable is not valid. Yeah, sure, but I don't give a shit about that because I'm not using this at all, am I? Am I? Oh, it's in fast travel, so I... No, that's just a function, that's not the event. Oh, but the game mode... No, the game mode isn't invalid. Game mode is valid. Oh, that's just level load. I need to look into fast travel. Okay, so on fade in end, we do this. We run fade in. We update our inventory stuff. We load streaming level by name. And we unload. Let's skip unloading for the time being. And just see whether or not we load anything at all. Matter of fact, let's just do it right here. Congratulations. Did we load anything? We did. Good. Good start. Why doesn't it move us anywhere? I hate game development sometimes. Does it load stuff when I do it from here? Let's see. That still loads this perfectly fine. It doesn't have a save point in it, right? Well, even if it doesn't, it does have a save point in it. This also should work, but it's just not running this code. There's no way in hell that it's running this code because save points. Oh no, it's definitely not running it. Yeah, fucking hell. So what I'm doing is I'm making an array, then immediately checking whether or not that array has anything in it, and then populating the array. There we fucking go. Okay. So that is probably the heart of the issue. Let's go back to unloading levels, which it also, by the way, wasn't doing. So we still have stuff to, like, fix. Well, that's for future me to worry about. And with future me, I mean, like, me in 5 minutes. Let's just live code patch that in, because that's such a small change that I'm willing to do this with live coding. Live coding succeeded. I always do it twice just to be sure. I never trust when it says finishes in 0 seconds. But I'm gonna just go with it for now. There is every chance in the world that this is gonna mess up because of a different reason. But at least it'll be a different reason, which means that we've made progress. Okay, so it teleported me before unloading. And then it didn't load anything properly. So what's up with that? Because this is very clearly after this is supposed to have been unloaded. So what the hell is wrong with you? Matter of fact, this is only supposed to even start running once Fade-In has ended. So none of that even like makes a little bit of sense. Right, because Fade-In has this Fade-In ended delegate, which I don't remember where it gets called out. Sequencer events. Oh, there we go. So yeah, that calls like Fade-In ended. As a sequence event, which happens at the end of that, so... not super happy about the way that that worked. Because we can get rid of this bit. And that bit. So let's try to see what happens when we go at it from here. Well, good news. It unloads the level, but it tries to put me at the save point of the next level prematurely. And I still don't know why it's bitching about this, because this is not running. This should not be running. Why is that running? It makes no sense. What's something back here? No. None of this should be calling that. Oh, hold on. When the level is shown, but that's only for... That only runs when I do load game to begin with. So clearly that cannot be happening right now. Okay, we'll worry about that later. Yeah, so something is just like straight up messed up with unload level, stream level, right? Like that just straight up isn't doing what it should be doing. Like I just try to put in a delay until next tick to be sure, but that shouldn't be firing until it's done unloading. We shouldn't even start until the current level is done loading. So none of that none of it even like remotely makes sense as to why it would happen this way. I also still don't know why the fuck this is being run. Like why? When? I guess it don't tell me what called it. Is it something on level select? Oh, it is something on level select. That might be messing with what I've set up here. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, so something was calling it, which again, that might be messing with it. So let's give this another shot. Okay, that was not the issue. So at this point I have to imagine that my live coding just didn't work. Because this function... I guess I can look in the output log if it says no save points found. It does say that. That's kind of fucked. Because it should be finding save points. I don't know why it's not finding save points, it's the thing. It's also a spider crawling on my wall. They tend to do that here. Okay, so that's at the end of fade in. This makes sense. This happened almost instantly, but sure. Spawner tutorial is... Hold on, it's trying to unload spawner tutorial. And also load it. Okay. So that means that I'm just giving in... Oh, I need to like not be doing this either. There we go. I was setting spawner tutorial to already be the next level, so I was just giving in spawner tutorial twice as a value. Which doesn't make sense because it was definitely... Oh no, actually that might have made sense. Because what I was seeing was probably this level, because I was loading in spawner tutorial. Then unloading it, but like the object might have still been around for me to be teleported to. That might have been what's going on. Yeah, just move on. There we go. Okay, cool. So, that seems to work. That seems to work. Now if I go to like... Yeah, sure. Hello. Now if I try to go to like this one, which has a save point in it, I'm pretty sure we can toggle your stuff. We teleport to this one. Now if I try to go to the central hub, which also has a save point. Fast travel! There we go. Fast travel works. Now I just need to implement it into the save menu. Instead of it being like this developer thing that I had. And be able to like unlock fast travel points. So we'll get there eventually. But it works. Like the most difficult part of this works. The only thing is what I still need to check whether or not it works, because might be a little bit iffy on this. If I go to like boss door, right, and I then decide to go through a door, does that work? Because it may not, but it looks like it does. It looks like it does. What happens if I teleport out of a room with a... Oh no, we already tried this. This worked, right? Yeah, that works. No problem. Okay, sweet. Yeah, the fast travel like actual code works. So again, just a matter of like putting this into like an actually usable widget now. But that shouldn't be too big a deal because I have my pause menus, and I can just add in. Again, ideally this would be kind of sort of like a map deal, so that you can also like see the map of the game compared to like where you are. But I'm going to just make this a list for now with unlocked stuff. Probably. How do we want to do this? Well, first and foremost, let's just make, well, that's definitely like the wrong widget to copy over, because that's just the normal pause menu. Let's go pause menu inventory. I just need to copy it over because it has some like basic code setup that I just want to copy over. Pause menu, fast travel. Which means that we also, oh man, this is gonna maybe suck. Because I don't know how well my system here is made for adding new stuff to it, to be honest with you. Might be fine. It might just be fine. Travel button. Hello, welcome to my UI. Unclicked. Let's see, we have a bunch of unclicks somewhere already, I believe. Yeah, it's all of these buttons. So I just need to copy this over. And this will be show travel. And then that hooks up to there. The keyboard thing that we have to focus on will be our travel button. And then everything else here should pretty much be the same thing, I think. Yeah. Oh, aside from the fact that this has to also become... Oh, that has to... That makes sense. We need to add in the shop on top of all this. Or the like travel... Fast travel menu. Which... is gonna be... I guess just like right here. Just needs to hook up to a couple of different places. Just play, slide in, and set to our active menu. Get rid of the shop reference, and now everything should be good to animate in our fast travel menu, I think. Which we can fairly easily check by just opening up that menu. We should also update this code, maybe, to like not have that bug anymore. It's not going to be a bug that's actually like an issue, because once all of these doors have levels that they link to, it should be fine, but it's still kind of annoying. Yeah, travel. Yeah, so that works, right? We just need to like make the actual like widget something different. But that's not that big a deal, because we can go do that right now. So let's do that. Hello, thank you. So where is our travel menu? There we go. So let's get rid of all this, and for now we'll just add in, well, actually let's add in a horizontal box. This is going to make sense in a moment, hopefully. in which we add in 6 different vertical boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of which we set to fill. And these vertical boxes are going to have the level select buttons in them. And they'll all be based on different... Oh yeah, no, that makes sense, because all of this can go as well. Not all of that can go, actually, I don't think. Play slide in. We don't need this, we don't need that. We do need that. I don't think we need that. Don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. Definitely don't need that. I also don't need that, I don't think. Yeah, we'll animations slide in. Hold on, no, I didn't want to delete slide in. I wanted to add in the horizontal box, which doesn't work this way. Again, this is one of those things where I'm like, this works in the sequencer, just dragging things in. It's a inconsistent user experience because this is likely just made by different people, which is fine. But it is a thing. So yeah, we probably want to actually animate the canvas panel slot for it, because we're gonna want to maybe not, maybe we actually want to animate the normal thing. Hold on. Does this just have a transform? It does. So translation will be add some value, add some value. I guess the X translation doesn't really need to change. It's just we'll make this pop up from the bottom. That's good enough. Oh, the horizontal box definitely should, however, be properly aligned. And then also maybe be screen big. And every single one of these vertical boxes I'm going to put in a well, yeah, let's put in scroll boxes into all of them, because why not? Call that dungeon 1, dungeon 2, and so on and so forth. For now, this is going to be the way that we do it. Eventually, again, we might make this a little bit more visually pleasing. This animation still refers to an item that doesn't exist. It compiles. So on event construct, we get all of those things, which all need to be variables, because we're going to be dynamically populating them. Fantastic. Does that update them all? It does. And then we can't drag them all in at once, because that would be altogether too convenient. We'll make an array out of them, and we'll clear all of them through. And then we're going to be filling them all again based on some data tables. So clear no for each loop. Clear children. And now the player needs to get a value somewhere, or the game needs to have a value, not necessarily on the player, but you can put it wherever you want, really, for which checkpoint they have unlocked. And when they walk into a checkpoint, it needs to add the name of the current level to that list. Which is actually pretty easy. Because in our stuff thingamajig game instance, we already have the name. So we can just say, hey, unlocked fast travel points. Make that a name array. And I guess we might as well make that a custom event. Add fast travel point. Add that as a unique thing. And that's kind of that. Now we'll also need to obviously add this to the saving and loading of our save files. Which we'll do in a moment, yeah. For now, I think it's best to just make sure that this works first. So, checkpoints. Surely we have some checkpoints somewhere. I think it probably actually does make sense to put a checkpoint here as well, maybe. If nothing else, I think we put a checkpoint, well, in there. Just needed a checkpoint to click on and open. So when we actually begin overlap, we do a bunch of stuff. Action RPG game instance. We also add fast travel point. Then I guess we actually don't even need to give this in as a parameter. I just realized. I don't think, because we can just get current level, right? We have that somewhere in here, get last level, get, oh fuck, which one is it? I guess it's get next level? We're gonna just say that it's get next level, because it sets the next level when we load something. And then it doesn't get set until we load the next thing. So whatever is next level is the level that we're currently in. That's really bad naming. But yeah, so then we go through and take one of our dungeons. Get data table. How are we going to do that most efficiently? Get game instance, first and foremost. Cast to our Action RPG game instance. Get fast travel points. I think we might as well just for each loop over this. No, what we're going to do is, we'll still need this, obviously. But we'll get data table rows. Row names of a specific data table. And then we'll, for each loop over those. And then we'll check if this array... so we can do that before here, ideally. Doesn't really matter. But then we'll check if this contains the name that we're currently checking. And if it does, then we add a child, and the child that we'll add is a create widgets level select. Which we'll probably like need to give a proper like name and stuff. But this means that we don't actually like even need to get the data table like row itself because we're doing everything just based on the names. But yeah, no, ideally the data table would then have like a text in it for the actual proper name and maybe like an image to add to it. But for now, let's stick with this. And that should be it. So all we need to do now is collapse this into a function. Add levels to dungeon list. And make it also take in a data table. So this will be the scroll box. And this will be the level table. And then once we complete that, we just like do this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times with different data tables for each one of these. Suppose technically you could also do that in a loop with like a select node or whatever, but this is fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Obviously, I only have like 1.5 dungeons right now, and you'll note that we have 6 dungeons total in the game ID, plus a tutorial. The tutorial is not going to be fast travelable. So that'll not be in here. For testing the system, we're going to do it in the tutorial, though. So yeah, let's, I don't know, somewhere. Where would make the most sense? I guess on like blueprints? No, maybe not. I guess on levels, actually. But in blueprints, let's make the structure for this. So it'll be a blueprint structure, and that'll be fast travel points. Just put in the text for like the level name, display name level, and then might as well like an image. Make that a texture 2D. Something like that. That lets us go into this map over here. And then I never remember where data tables are, so I just looked them up. Data table. Fast travel points. So like, let's say tutorial fast travel has a couple of different points that we can fast travel to, right? Potentially. Because we have the combat tutorial, can I just like copy level name? I guess. Maybe I just like copy this and I paste it in here. Yeah, no. So this is why names are a little bit annoying. Don't want to move it anywhere. Can I just like... Okay, we still can do that through here. So in the combat tutorial, Display name, comma tutorial, image. We're not using anything with that anyway. Then we also have one in the spawner tutorial. Then we have one in... Which level is this? Technically level 6 puzzle. So yeah, again, right now we're only really using the names. So nothing I'm putting in here will display yet. Twin stick. But it'll be a good test. So yeah, let's put that in for the fast travel menu. Tutorial fast travel. So that'll populate the first scroll box, the first column here. Get in the habit of saving everything before you try something weird. So the funny thing is we'll only be able to test this once we actually get to a save point, at which point we should have unlocked the first fast travel point. So I guess we'll see if it has one of them in there. Travel. Yeah, that don't do nothing. Not a good sign. Oh, but that's... Hold on. No, that actually makes sense because it gets constructed at begin play. So we... Lots of data. Yeah, fun. It's actually not that much data in this case, luckily. But we do need to... like this pause menu. We do this on begin play. We need to actually instead do this whenever we play slide in. Because whenever this thing like shows itself, it needs to be updated. That wasn't that big a deal. I say as if I'm sure that this is the solution already. It might not be. Who knows? It's probably fine. Probably it's fine. Might not be, but probably it is. Alright, let's see again. It's going to be horribly outlined either way. Why is it not there? That time it should have worked. Unless sliding isn't playing for some reason, but I kind of doubt that. I guess we also want to, like, just to be sure, print out all of those. And I kind of also want to print out all of these. Just to be sure. I should make those tutorial pop-ups skippable, by the way. For like development purposes at least. Let's go through that. Yes. So like enter it twice. See if that made a difference. Okay, so it has checkpoint 0 tutorial a bunch of times in there. So this is doing something wrong as it is. It's supposed to add a unique. How many wish lists do you got? I don't know. I haven't checked in a while. Last time I checked it was at like 100 something. Which isn't a lot. But I also don't like actively push it that much. So considering that, it's actually pretty decent, I feel. I probably should be pushing it a bit more, to be honest. Oh, hold on, no, that does make sense because it's printing it once for every single one of these. So, yeah, no, that does make sense. So why it's printing it so many different times is because in the event graph we have like 6 of these, right? So let's just do one of them for now. No, it's not that the print train is not connected. The issue is that I disconnected it to like double check what it's printing. The issue is that it was printing it more than I expected it. What will be the price? Yeah, I don't really have that like set up yet. It's probably gonna be like either like 15 or 20 bucks. But I haven't really like sat down to like necessarily decide that yet. Which I really should at some point. So checkpoint tutorial, and then it checks. Let me actually check the output log here. So a lot of output logging that happens. Okay, there we go. Okay, so combat tutorial. It's called 0 checkpoint tutorial. Wait, what? Oh, it's just not showing up because I'm putting in the wrong... Okay. That's my bad. It's supposed to be this. I probably should also not make it spawn in the room that you're currently in. My gut says 30 with all the dungeons you want to implement. I think that'd be fair price point. All the content you have planned. Yeah, maybe it kind of depends on a couple of things, like how well things come together, like quality-wise as well. To be honest, but I'm not gonna lie. The fact that like AAA games are moving to like 80 to 90 US dollars for their pricing kind of makes me think that I could probably price it at 30. And the thing is, especially for like Steam games, right? You're kind of pricing things at like double the cost of what you actually expect people to buy it for, because you're kind of pricing things for like the majority of your sales happening during like sale events anyway. So if I price it at 15, that means that I'm effectively selling it for like 750, of which Steam gets 30%, which is like another like $2. And then I still have to pay taxes on it. So at that point, like if I go for 15 bucks, like base price, I'm like essentially making like $3 per sale post-tax, something like that. So in that regard, like considerably upping that to something like 30 would mean that I'm, well, I would roughly double things, right? So that would mean that I'm like roughly making like $6 per actual sale. Per sale happens in Steam sales, but the majority of sales tend to happen immediately on release and then only in Steam sales after that. So like the initial wave, and I like do fully plan to like do the thing that a lot of like indies tend to do, which is the first like couple of days on release, like slap a 15% discount on it as well to like generate those initial sales a little bit more, because I think that's to do with like Steam's like sales algorithm as well. So even like those initial sales are going to be somewhat discounted. And then there's the matter of regional pricing as well, right? Because when I set that to like 15, let's say 20 for a round number, 20 US dollars as the sale price, when somebody in like a lower price region, I can set that manually to like not allow to sell for lower prices, but that's like a dick move. And the thing is, if I set them to be like a super high price in low income regions, it's just not going to sell there anyway. So like that doesn't gain me anything. But like all those calculations that I just said, like I'm actually like making $3 a sale. If I like consider 15 as the base price, that's going to go even lower, regardless of price, of course. If somebody in a low income country, which is like in a different pricing region, buys it, and those people obviously should also be able to play and buy the game. So like the average of every sale that you do, depending on how you sell worldwide, it's going to be even lower than that. At which point you're making like a $150 a sale. So the question is, I don't know. I'm thinking in the 15 to 20 range, might go up to 30, but I really would rather not have it go over 30. Especially since like as a solo dev, selling something for more than $30, like it's not even like I'm a AA studio or anything, right? I don't know if you do this stuff, but I have a game on Steam coming out later this year. Would you like to say? I mean, I can tell you what I would pay for any given game, but I don't really have like any advice as to like how much the market will likely bear on like game pricing. But I would argue if it's like a small game, try to keep it under $10. From like a US dollar perspective pricing, that is. If it's like a decently sized game, and with a decently sized game I mean like something for reference. Do I have anything good for reference in mind right now? Like if you're doing something on the size that I'm doing, I do think that 30, even like maybe over 30, can be like justified if the quality is like consistently there. But if your game is small enough to the point where you can reasonably justify it being under $10, that's probably a good thing, because it being a single digit, and this is just general like marketing in a broader sense, it being a single digit price is so much less intimidating than it even just being like $11.99. It being like $9.99, it's dumb that this works, but it does. Means that people are more likely to buy it. And again, working through this in like a perspective of, okay, but what is it going to cost on a sale? If you do a 50% off sale, suddenly now you're in the category of under $5. Which also Steam has categories for like under $10. So you would fall within that as well, which might help. That much I don't know, because I don't know specific like Steam marketing stuff very well. But if you can manage to like have your game be small enough to the point where you would feel good selling it for $9.99, that's good. But you also like it might be so small that $9.99 is too much. Yeah. I was thinking about making it $4 for 1 hour of gameplay. That's pretty high, not gonna lie. Needs to be like a pretty pretty high quality or high entertainment hour of gameplay compared to like what is out there. That's the issue with like super short games, is that they're really hard to sell. Because if I spend like $50 on a AAA game, or like $60, or these days up to 90 maybe, if I spend like $60, $70, whatever on a AAA game, I get like 100 hours of content out of that, something like that, right? So I'm essentially like paying 50 cents an hour of entertainment, and that's, some of that is not like super high octane entertainment, but generally like most of that is pretty like decent quality stuff. And even if you only like do like part of the content and you just like run through your average AAA game, you're still going to be like 40 hours in, so you're still going to be on like the 1 to like 150 an hour of like price to like duration ratio. The shorter your game is, the more that balance does shift to a higher price. Like if you have a 10-hour game, you could probably like get away with making it like $20, 25, 30. But yeah, the shorter your game is, the more like that balance is going to be like slightly shifted. But it's, yeah, it's also very genre specific. Like if it's a genre where a lot of games are like very expensive to begin with, mascot horror, like, I don't know much about the genre. I do know that it's like fairly popular, but it's also kind of like fairly oversaturated, isn't it? Like there's a lot of games out there within like that genre, if I understand correctly. So you also have a lot of competition, which means that like pricing lower is probably a good idea. But again, do make sure that like when you set your price, you set your price with the idea in mind that most people are going to be probably buying it on sale. So if you make it like $5, most people are going to like pick it up for like $3. And again, Steam takes 30% of that. So you're then left with like $2 per actual sale. Setting price is difficult for any product. This is honestly like there we go, checkpoint tutorial. Great. So if I now continue on and we go to a different place, we'll see if the system actually properly works. But yeah, that's just like in business in general, like setting a price is a tricky fucking thing. Oh, they still have massive HP bars. Okay, we're gonna be here for a minute. Hold on. We also don't really have anything to like prevent players from juggling enemies anymore at this point. I need to like reintroduce that. I expect to sell for $2.50 or $3. Yeah, so then you'd probably like need to like make it like at least 5 if you don't even consider like the like 30% Steam cut in that. If you do, you probably like go closer to like 8. But if you're gonna go 8, you might as well go 10. Well, $9.99 again. Don't go like round numbers. Always do like the 99-cent thing. Because the difference between somebody deciding to buy a like $7.99 game or a $9.99 game, I don't imagine like is that relevant. Like I don't think the overlap, and you need like actual numbers for this to be sure, but like I imagine the amount of people that would buy a $7.99 game and then wouldn't buy it if it were $9.99 is negligible. It's probably like I can fairly certainly say that the amount of people that you're going to lose with the like $2 more is less than the amount of extra money that you would make off of those $2 extra per sale. I feel somewhat confident in saying that without having actual numbers to back it up. So yeah, with all that logic, I'd probably like go $9.99, so long as you're like sure that the amount of like content you're delivering is worth like $10 to your average person. And also, again, keep in mind that if you're like selling particularly to specific regions that might be like lower income, you're going to be doing more sales on lower value and that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you can make like $4.99, I think $4.99 it is worth like considering, because the difference between $4.99 and $9.99 is pretty big, especially since, again, Steam I believe also has a category under $5, which it might be nice to be inside. But let's see if we... Oh. Yeah, so that works. Fantastic. So if I now go back to the checkpoint tutorial. It almost works. Where does it fail? And why does it fail? Better question. So I go into my level select thing. I guess this does it on level selected call out, which this thing binds to. It doesn't remove from parent stuff. That doesn't really like matter. Yeah, it's a bit of a spinning wheel of death. What the fuck was that sound? I don't know, but that's scary. I probably should have made a save file there. Well, actually, I don't have save support for any of this yet. So what we're actually going to do is I'm going to go into my like demon stat table real quick, which is somewhere in here, surely. Like default attribute demon, and I'm going to set this back to like 50 HP instead of 600, because I don't want to do that every single time. That would be insane. Don't re-import that. Okay, so we need to do a couple of things still. Number one is this needs to play on... Can I see how you structure your asset folder? You don't want to see that. It's very badly organized. And at this point, like moving stuff around is more likely to break anything. So I try to like not do that. I will do that at some point when I like sit down and just accept that my project is going to be broken for 2 days and move things around. But I have a lot of random stuff in random places. And like the thing is with like modern software is you have these search functions. I have this favorite function, so if I don't know where something is and I roughly know its name, I can just look for it. So like the structure doesn't matter that much. And you could even like tag stuff, I think, that you particularly care about. I don't really use that, but I think that's a thing that Unreal offers. The birds are starting to annoy me. So why does the level select work in one widget and not in the other? Because I can... In this it works, right? Well, actually I do need to... Hold on, it might just specifically be that that level doesn't work. For some reason. Would be weird, but you never know. Do we still have that? Nope. Let me find... row name. Did I just replace one or did I add a new one? Will you release a demo? I'm thinking of putting up a demo that's just like this tutorial area. Once it's like all finished, obviously. Because it seems like from what I like see online that Steam really encourages developers to add demos to their games these days. So adding in a demo is probably going to be like a good thing to do. I might do like the Final Fantasy 16 thing, where the like introductory chapter of the game, for me it's going to be this tutorial, will be the demo, and then once you complete that you unlock like a extra like little snippet where you have like full ability so that you can actually like feel the proper game flow a little bit better as well. Because the thing is, if I just do this, like you get tutorialized into the game, but you don't actually get to feel what it's like to have like a bunch of abilities and the different weapons to cycle between and all that kind of stuff, which is like the actual like main drawing point of the game, right? Is having this combat where you can go hopefully kind of insane on a bunch of enemies with like abilities and stuff. So I might like do a demo like that, but that's a thing to worry about once the game itself is kind of like completed. Not something that I really am looking into, like thinking about too much right now. So this works, right? Yeah. And if I go to spawn tutorial, oh, that might be not optimal. Yeah, it does the plus 500 thing. Probably shouldn't be doing that. But now if I go back, just to be sure, like this works. That's the wrong level. That makes sense. This works, right? What the fuck? Why does this not work? Why? Why does that load the wrong thing? Why does that load the wrong thing? That makes no fucking sense. Oh, this is not gonna be any... What the fuck? This is not gonna be like a big... like mega indie hit like a Stanley Parable, Minecraft, Game About Climbing, or like all those kind of things. It's definitely not going to be that. Like this game just doesn't have the like stream ability for that. It's going to hopefully be popular among specific like niche of people who like action-packed hack and slash games, but that's it's not going to be a very big market for me, let's just say. I'm just making this because I want to make it, not because I think that it's going to sell well, because it's probably not going to. I'm going to make it as good as possible to hopefully like subvert that a little bit, but Undertale kind of success. Undertale is a game that definitely like has more of like a gamey feel to it, less streamable, but it's still very streamable because it has like all these likable characters. But I do think that Undertale has certain qualities that I share, or I share certain qualities with Undertale in that regard. So yeah, and it's a little bit of like Hollow Knight, for instance, as well. Is not a like super casual game. It's not even like a super streamable game, but Hollow Knight is in the end one of like the big inspirations for the game, even though like I have some issues with like Metroidvania style stuff anyway. It's just like the game in some ways is like a 3D Hollow Knight without the Metroidvania, which means that it's very unlike Hollow Knight, but also has some Hollow Knight in the DNA. I mean, look at my character, right? Look at the character. So there's definitely like some audience for it. But I don't know. Let's try this one again. I do think like stuffing it full of references is also going to be fun because I'm definitely going to make like some references to some of those favorite games. Like Undertale is one of my favorite games like ever, and it's always going to be. To the point where I like Deltarune as well. I so much like Undertale more, and I know that Toby Fox probably does not like people saying that. But like Undertale just like resonated with me in a way that Deltarune doesn't. And I do actually think that like the extra mechanical complexity that Deltarune adds makes it a better game in a lot of ways. But I also think that the simplicity of Undertale's like combat encounters, not having like that turn-based RPG thing in it, but having like this weird like, I don't know, this weird like blend of things where you're just like some dude or like some they them, I guess. It kind of blends the bullet hell thing and the turn-based RPG better, in my opinion. Where Deltarune kind of like leans more into like having the different party members and like having that like more RPG-ish style to it. And I like turn-based RPGs a lot. It's just like the more simplistic version of it in Undertale I prefer. Anyway, I do like fully plan on making like some fun little references, like having a like a statue of a heart somewhere, and if you examine it, it just has determination. Is what I'm thinking about right now. I also want to give a big middle finger to Disney, and I want to include a Steamboat Willie somewhere. And I kind of have a funny idea. But nobody tell Disney, okay? If I tell you guys, nobody tell Disney. So, I had this idea of making an area where you can grind for like levels easily. And maybe also like put a couple of like unlockable spells in that area. In the form of like a Colosseum. Which is actually why I decided, no, I do need a fast travel system. Because I want people to be able to like easily go back to the Colosseum. I was thinking that maybe like the Lord of the Colosseum can be like Steamboat Willie. Because he's public domain now, so I can use him. And I think it would be really funny if like Mickey Mouse, well not technically Mickey Mouse, but Steamboat Willie, would be like this almost like emperor status like figure that organizes this like blood sport event for you to participate in. Just to watch you slaughter these like creatures for his own entertainment. Just because I know that Disney wouldn't be happy with that, I kinda want to do that. Because Disney as a corporation is evil. Yeah, it's not public domain, so I could just do it. The only thing that I can't use is like the specific, like some specific bits of animation that they have now like really pushed to like include in their trademarks. But if I just like have a model of Steamboat Willie that I like rig and animate and whatever, like that's not copyright protected at all anymore. I could even like use significant portions of those like early shorts if I wanted to. I don't think I care. I just want the character there. But I think that would be funny. Anyway, let's try this again. We didn't change anything. Yeah, we didn't change anything, so I don't know why I expected that to go differently. Why does that happen differently? Let's, I guess, just add in some... Don't need that one, I guess. Some breakpoints. You can add Winnie the Pooh too. I don't really care about Winnie the Pooh that much. Like, I don't need this to be like a Disney Misfits game. I am thinking about if I can like legally get away with referencing like a broken keyblade somewhere though. But that might be like getting a little bit into like maybe I shouldn't touch that. Especially if I'm like also poking the bear like with Mickey Mouse, maybe I shouldn't try to like also reference any other Disney property in any way. Seems like I probably should steer clear from that. So yeah, that works. And that works. And that works. All that works. Does this still work? Hold the fuck on. Why are you running fast travel? You should not be running fast travel when you do this. You should just be running normal level load. That makes no sense. So that's kind of worrying. I don't think Disney cares about bad press for copyright protection. They get that all the time. Like I'm more than willing to like poke the bear on things that I'm sure that I can get away with, but like that also means that things that I'm less sure that I can get away with, I definitely need to like not be doing. So all that works. That's good. Then, now the moment of truth. That works. But look, okay, so it doesn't finish this. It doesn't finish this because... okay. It doesn't finish loading, so I guess it's just not giving through the proper things. So, oh, hold on. I think maybe we're just not giving through the proper like level names when we create these things. No, that does seem like it should be right. Huh. Maybe it does need to be a separate like member variable? That's just when we create these. Print out. One moment. The level name that they correspond with, because I feel like we're not giving in the value for those properly with these. No, that seems to actually be the proper one. You know what I'm gonna do? Just to be sure, because we did do some live coding stuff and there's some other things that seem to be working a little weirdly right now. I'm actually gonna rebuild the engine real quick. Just to make sure that that's not the issue that we're running into, like any engine related stuff. Because it could be, probably isn't. It's always good to double check when you don't know where to look otherwise. Actually, I wonder what happens when you do it in here. Would that work? The answer is no. That makes sense, because that streaming level doesn't exist in here. Fair enough. I thought maybe it like just instances that level in or something. Fuck if I know, right? Let's go to checkpoint tutorial. Oh yeah, that. Hold on, this. It's kind of annoying that it doesn't give in the names here when you even breakpoint. Because it should, right? That's how that works, usually. Because it doesn't do it for these. Is there any other place that I can... Maybe not. Okay. Okay, we have one. Do this. I definitely need to just make sure that we have this implemented within the save system as well, because that's actually going to make testing this a lot easier as we go. But travel. It gets to loading, and then it just doesn't finish it. Just doesn't finish loading. Because it was still visible. Oh, yeah, okay, so... Fast travel doesn't unload the thing that you just left, it seems like. Or does nothing. Yeah. Because if I go now to, like, spawner tutorial... We have this. That's all good. Now, starting room does get unloaded. What? Okay. Let's try again. Because this might be what I had in the past, where it breaks after like 2 things in a row. So I'll now go to like this. I think something doesn't get set properly here as a result. And for some reason it loaded 0-1 starting room again. So it's like double loading stuff. Which means that now if I try to go through like a normal as door, I think the game thinks that I'm in starting room. So it's going to unload the starting room. But if I now go into the starting room, it's going to lose its shit. It's also still trying to use fast travel when I'm just entering a door. Which makes no sense. Because that's not being bound to anything. Like level load gets... That much just has to be like an engine bug, right? I guess because these are copies of these, they're technically like the same node maybe. So let's just like... Because sometimes that does happen in like state trees as well, where you like copy something over and it's actually like you're copying over the exact same instance. So like load level by name, make visible and should block on load. And then unload level by name. Should block on unload. I said play at the save point, whatever. Actually, no, we do want to make sure that these are... Why can I not set breakpoints? Because they're not technically there yet. Okay. Because like the async nodes themselves are like objects that get instanced, of course, by like the engine. So I'm thinking that it's just like copying over those, and it's just like treating both of those as like pointers to the same instance of the node under the hood. It's really the only thing that I can think of. So, like, before anything else, we need to make sure, yeah, that this doesn't trigger the fast travel stuff. Right? And now it doesn't seem like going through doors is triggering any fast travel stuff. So now that we have that set up, we can go to, like, this one tutorial. Which then triggers our fast travel stuff. It's perfectly fine. Great. Then if we go to our checkpoint tutorial, again, fast travel gets triggered. Now, what all is loaded? We are in starting room. So something's going wrong there, I would dare say. And I don't know what. I have to imagine that it is the level select button sending through... It sends through next level though. The current level, and then so that should work. Because this takes next level, and it sets it to be the next level. And then the last level sets to be like current level is the last level. So then the value of next level is going to get given in here, which is going to get set to last level, and then whatever we're traveling to is going to get given in to set to the next level. You know what we need? We just need a constant... this is something eventic. There we go. We just need a constant print string, or, well, actually, what we need is... Get game instance cast to pp, get next level, get last level, and we need to just print this every frame so that I can keep track of what the hell is going on, because I don't know. So let's append next level. It's going to be next level. Then we do a couple of spaces. Last level. It's going to be last level. Oh yeah, that makes sense. We do actually need to connect the cast node. So yeah, we are actually spending the entire stream doing this. Because this is... okay, so... starting room is our next level. And then that should move into being last level as checkpoint tutorial becomes the next level. And then those can like swap back around when we go through here. That much makes sense. If I open up this and I go to the spawner tutorial, the last level is starting room. And spawner tutorial is our next level. That makes sense. So far. Only have that one level present, so that's good. Then, if I now go to the checkpoint tutorial becomes current level. So all this works, right? Except that it's loading me in to the wrong level. How is it loading this level when it's neither of these values? That's what's confusing me. And why is this running again when I just go through a normal fucking door? Because nothing in there is binding to delegates. Well, it is, but not to like delegates to do with the doors. We're not even like binding to on level shown or anything like that in here. I thought we were, but apparently we're not. I mean, we are from like a load game, but that isn't like relevant to any of this stuff. It's like none of this makes sense. Because now that we've done that, now it's going to bug out again and start like calling those things in. No, it's not. What the fuck? Like, does it just do that whenever we like teleport twice to begin with? So now we like teleport it. I think it only does this when we fast travel twice in a row, because if I only just do this, it runs these twice, but that might just be when it enters and when it exits, to be fair. Now we have opening room and central hub. So let's try to go to like the checkpoint tutorial. That collision is weird. It does that properly. Okay, so that's good. And this works as well. So is it specifically... is it because we are teleporting between two things that are... No. No, because they're not even connected. Back to Central Hub. I'm going to stop doing these. Okay, so when I go to Central Hub now, it teleports me to this level. Why does it do that? What I imagine must be happening is it is loading me in to that level, and because I previously exited through that door, it immediately re-triggers that door somehow, for some reason. But I don't know why it would do that, is the thing. Because again, now if I go like through here, we can go back in and just like set my breakpoint there, so there's only one. This is going to call the fast travel method. It is. Which doesn't make sense, because that fast travel event only gets called from my widgets. Yeah, so that's this widget is fast travel widget. I'm just everything that's called fast travel is now like here. This gets called when I click a button. That makes sense. We add a fast travel point. Level loading, fast travel, like this. This isn't getting bound by anything. It's not getting called by anything else. There's no reason that this should be running. Why is that running? Holy shit. Yeah, nothing here really makes sense. I'm generally not one to like blame the engine on anything, because like usually that's like not the issue. But I genuinely think that this is just like Unreal fucking up. Because there's no reason that this should be getting run on anything like aside from the widget that I'm using. So I guess what we need to do is to like ensure that that happens the way that it should. So we have like this level select thing here. No, hold on. We should do it in this button. Whenever we press this, I guess we do that. So we can go to, again, let's just do central hub, which calls this fast travel. That makes sense. Which then calls this, which we actually don't need to block on anymore. Go through this. Spawn tutorial, fast travel. Totally okay with that. Question. What all is loaded right now? Central hub is not loaded right now. If I go back to that, it spawns me in here. Why does it spawn me in there? It just loads the wrong fucking thing. Just loads the wrong fucking thing, man. Now if I go in here, it does spawn me on the fucking save point. So it is just running the wrong events at times. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because that was the fast travel event, because it put me at the save point, not at the door. But it wasn't getting called from my widget, which is the only place that it can get called from. So something is like significantly wrong here. Well, I'm going to do something weird. I'm going to add a different parameter to this one. And I'm going to add in breaking points on both of those. The reason that I'm adding a different parameter in here is because I'm like 90% sure at this point that it's confusing this event with this event for fucking no reason at all. But if they don't have matching signatures, they might not be getting confused anymore. So adding in this like random bool that we're not actually going to be using might prevent them from getting confused, is my theory. That runs level load, that makes sense to me. Let's go to the central hub. That causes fast travel, that makes sense. Then if we go through this door, that causes normal level load. Again, that makes sense. Let's go to the spawner tutorial. That causes fast travel. Once again, makes sense. We go back to central hub. Causes fast travel. Makes sense. Puts me in the wrong fucking thing. Why does it put me in the wrong fucking thing? What does it put me here? Assign on door trigger. I think when we load a level before we hold on. Okay. So when we reset level doors, before we do this, unbind all events level door triggered. Those technically should be new objects, but they might still be around the memory and the same objects getting like re-triggered or whatever. That must be what's going on. Like we must be not cleaning up those like delegates properly. I don't know if this is necessarily going to fix everything. Okay, that put me in the right spot, but that has been consistently putting me in the right spot, so that actually doesn't have cause to make me happy. Sure. Then we go to spawner tutorial, which is done by fast traveling. That's good. Nice. Central help, please. Thank you. Fast travel. Why? Why? Well, that makes sense because those don't exist anymore, yeah. Well, no, actually, then, because those don't exist anymore, I can't unbind from them. So I need to do that before... when? I guess just on level load. Do once just like immediately here. And then we probably also just like separately need to do that when we fast travel as well. Like before we unload them, we need to like unbind from them. Because I'm still thinking that that has to be the thing that's going wrong. Because if it's not, I don't know what is. But yeah, this is the reason that I didn't want to do fast travel initially, because I remember running into this issue, and that was like a year ago. But now we're here, man. So we better fucking figure it out. Hold on, I'm hearing something weird. Probably nothing. Fast travel, that's all good. It's going to put me in the opening level again, isn't it? I don't know why. I just do not know why. Why actually? Hold on. So this doesn't make sense, because why would that be running on doors that don't exist anymore? Oh, man. It makes no sense. It actually makes no sense what's happening here. Look, some of this could be like collapsed into the same function. I also want to learn Unreal Engine. I have a laptop with i3. This is gonna be rough. GT 320M video card, 4 GB of RAM. Yeah, I think you're gonna run into some issues there. I don't think that you're gonna like really have a good time with Unreal, to be honest. That's like one of the major downsides of Unreal is that the editor itself is actually like fairly heavy, especially with 4 GB of RAM. I think that's like actually under the minimum system requirements that Epic like set for that. Is that like anything that you can find on minimum system requirements for Unreal Engine? Yeah, it says that you like it says recommended hardware being like 32 gigs of RAM. I don't know, like minimum, here we go. Minimum software requirements. No, that's not it. I don't think it has a minimum hardware requirement. Yeah, so it doesn't have minimum hardware requirements because I guess they want everybody to just try to like be able to run it. But yeah, they recommend like 32 gigabytes of system memory and then 8 gigabytes of like video memory. So I don't think with 4 gigabytes of system memory you're gonna like get anything done. So you're probably better off doing something in like a more lightweight engine like Godot. I think. But it does seem to have like fixed the confusing of the two events potentially. My little weird fix, so that's kind of nice. Still doesn't explain why I'm spawning into the wrong fucking room. Holy shit, people, why are you texting me? Shut up. So yeah, last level, next level, it's fucking print stuff everywhere. I have big doubts that we're going to fix this today. Because I think I might just need to rework like major parts of how this works to begin with to make this like work. Or just make a totally separate system that like loads fast travel stuff. I could do that. Just not use the next and previous level variables on this. I guess I could do that. So this I need those to persist longer on screen. So stick around for 10 seconds. I mean, a lot of stuff on my channel, of course, is very Unreal specific. But there's also like quite a lot of content out there on like Unity if you want to use Unity. Specifically, Godot is very lightweight, so like you're probably gonna have better results with that. And there's a growing amount of content also online about Godot. Luckily. Okay, so starting room and none. Makes sense. Central hub starting room. Also makes sense. Opening room, central hub. Also makes sense. Spawn tutorial from opening room. At no point does it even mention this opening room thing. So why does it put me there? Why does it put me here? The only two things that can load levels don't print the fact that it's loading this level. So why is it doing it? Yeah, so this clearly is not the issue anyway. Okay, so let's see what happens if we kind of break stuff apart in fast travel, because I don't think we necessarily need to be setting these in fast travel, because we can just take those directly from the input parameters, and maybe that will stop messing with things. Or maybe it'll just not make them work altogether. Who the fuck knows? Because you don't need to know the last level that you were in when you're fast traveling, right? Yeah, that makes sense. So you don't like need to set that stuff up to be remembered, I don't think. So let's see if this fast travel even works without those variables. It does. Fantastic. I swear to God, if this is the solution, I don't know why. Unless these got like linked through in a weird way. No, they do take directly from the parameters. That being said, they probably shouldn't. Probably should be using the variables. Oh, is it maybe something to do with the depth? No. Wait, what? So it's now just putting me... Did I just connect something up incorrectly with these? We load the level that we put in. The level that we put in is based on the thing that we click on, so that's definitely... Then I guess if we teleport it to something, we do need to like set the current level still, because otherwise... Yeah, that makes sense. Because never unloading it then, is it? That just gets me to persistent level. Can I just like, get the level that an actor exists in? Return the level that actor is a part of. You see, that could be useful. Would be? Maybe it wouldn't be. So yeah, these as action RPG game instance. This is the action RPG game instance. Just to make sure that nothing weird is happening due to that. I don't think there should be, but I'm beginning with Unreal Engine. I'm trying to learn the basics. Still like to focus on blueprints. I could use Godot or Construct 3 from the browser. Don't really want to fill up my memory. I mean, I get that, but I really just don't know if Unreal, like even Unreal 4, is gonna run well with that little memory, like on a laptop like that. Like you could try it. But I don't think like I think you're gonna run into a lot of crashes is what I think. So like if you really like wanna learn, I think learning in an environment that you like actually have the stuff to like do something with is probably more valuable than forcing yourself to use an engine that you can't really run. And for the most part, like the most important like skills as far as like coding goes are transferable. Like once you understand how like object-oriented programming works in general, like the language that you do it in isn't that important, whether it be Blueprint or Blueprint is kind of nice because it is visual, right? Makes it a little easier to learn. But because it is visual, it also is like going to be a little bit more taxing on your system while developing. And if you don't have like the computer to like deal with that, that's rough. And Godot scripting is really straightforward as well if you use like GD scripts. It's like actually really beginner friendly as well. So I really would just like recommend going with that. Make sure that this is the right thing. Because in the end, like whatever you do with coding, you tell the computer what you want to do, and like writing that down is only the smallest portion of what the actual like work of coding your game is. Coming up with the systems and the logic behind how everything should work and like click into each other. It's gonna be a little different between languages, obviously, but by and large, like building the habit of like thinking out logic is gonna be pretty like engine independent and language independent. Oh yeah, the thing that doesn't have collision, that's right. So now I have teleported a couple of times. We have spawner tutorial and opening room. Just go through a normal level load now. I mean, that makes sense. That's fair enough. It puts me at the checkpoint. Why did it put me at the checkpoint? That implies that it still is somehow unable to find. Makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. It just doesn't work. It's just broken. Cool, that loads the level. Now let's say that I want to teleport to Central Hub. So far so good. Let's try to teleport to... Well, let's do the checkpoint tutorial actually, because I just exited that. So this is going to put me at the... Yeah, this one. Okay, so somehow it's putting me at the door to the level that I want to go to instead of putting me into the actual level that I want to go to, and I don't understand why. Like, the only thing that even makes the slightest little bit of sense is that it has something weird to do with the way that I initially wrote assign level loading doors. No, I thought I wrote that in C++, never mind. So we bind this on door triggered. Is there something weird about the level loading doors that's like triggering automatically? Like level door, I think I just called those. This might be doing something weird. Just gonna get rid of that for now. Well, actually, let's not get rid of it. Let's just have a disconnect. Because technically the construction script might be running as they get streamed in. That might be messing with it a little bit. Causing it to load those level assets, and then because those level assets exist, put me there and unload whatever I just loaded into. And the thing that I just disconnected can be just an editor function. So that would be fine. I don't know why it would work this way, but that could be the issue. Moment of truth. Nope. I don't know. I think Unreal's just fucked. Wait, current level. I think I might have mixed these up. Because next level is definitely not one opening room. Is it? Oh, no, there we go. So next level is central hub. Current level is opening room. And that puts me at the... Why does it put me there? Why does it put me at the save point? Because it's like one whole level loads like cycle behind. That must be that's the only reasonable fast travel. Yeah, it says next level central hub, and then current level spawner tutorial. So that's wrong, right? But still somehow puts me in the right place. But this getting called with next level being the level that I'm currently in doesn't make sense. Yeah, that doesn't add up at all, actually. No. That also is just wrong. Let's put the fucking breakpoints at the print strings. Maybe it takes like a bit. I don't know. Starting room and none. Makes sense. Central hub is what is loading. What it's unloading is... I probably should name these just to load and to unload. Central hub, and it's unloading the starting room. Also, once again, makes sense. It's loading opening room, it's unloading central hub. Makes sense. Go to spawner tutorial, whatever. It's loading spawner tutorial, it's unloading opening room. So far, everything adds up. It's loading central hub, it's unloading spawner tutorial. It doesn't run any other code. Doesn't run any other loading of any other levels, and we end up here. It thinks I'm in central hub, but I'm just straight up not. And then I clip through the floor because why not? Uh, so it thinks it's loading this. The only thing that I can imagine is that it's some sort of like internal shortcut Unreal is taken without me meaning it, where I went to Central Hub before, then I loaded 1.1, went out of it, and somehow it still has that association of me going there. Which makes no sense. Because I'm literally just storing names, so get fucked. But let's see what happens if I try to go 2 levels away instead of just 1 level away. There's not necessarily a solution, but it might be, because checkpoints are going to presumably always be like more than 2 rooms apart anyway. Why did that set me back to Central? What the fuck? It thinks that I'm in hallway 1-2, but I'm in... What the fuck? I feel like it's doing some wacky shit with this. But that doesn't even make sense. Let's go to definition and find references to this. This is the last checkpoint level that it loads. And it loads this on player respawn, bind on event respawn. It does that only when I die. Which it does bind to on player killed. So that's not what's happening here. I mean, I can make sure that that's not what's happening because I can just like add in a breakpoint, I guess. Here, this already had that breakpoint, and this is setting up the load game. That also makes sense to me. This level load is we also make a tutorial for beginners. I mean, a lot of my tutorials are for beginners. I have like the whole like 14-part series, like introduction to Unreal, and then like I have that entire playlist as well, where I just order all of my tutorials in like order of I think you should watch them like this. So like a lot of my stuff is beginner friendly, hopefully. Not everything is like, if you haven't worked with Unreal at all before, you should watch it, but there should be like plenty of stuff to get you started, even if you don't know anything yet. But yeah, this is from Start New Game, which only does once as well. And then we assign level loading doors, which does all that. Takes in the last level and an array of doors. Actually, not a bad idea to just check the logs of what happens when we do all that, because I'm logging a fuck ton of stuff. That makes sense. That then also makes sense. As far as like 5.6 goes, it looks pretty neat, but like definitely with the last like couple of like updates, like 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, all that stuff. There's been definitely like super big updates. 5.6 seems to be, as far as feature goes, the features are a little bit less. There's just not as much happening in 5.6, which is fine because a lot of it seems to mainly be centered around just making the engine run better, or the games from the engine run better. Okay, let's take a look at the output log. Output log, please. Thank you. Yeah, those do kind of get in the way, don't they? Let's remove those print strings from the player, because we know that that seems to be in order, at least as far as we can see. Yeah, I don't really like need that to happen every single time. Well, it did just do a print string with nothing in it. Then there's a bunch of hellos, but that's just the enemies. Yeah, so it does add in a print string that's entirely empty. So that's kind of odd. Anyway, we got there. When will this game come out? Not for a while. It's gonna be a while before this is finished. Did set true? What the fuck even does that mean? Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Checking door, found door. Why is it even checking a door? Function. Can I zoom this in. It's a little bit small. I'm getting tired. Game UI, DevTools, level select. On button clicked, target signature. Yeah, sure. Level select graph. We fast travel. Yeah, so here, why does it do this? Because we ask it to go next level central hub. That saves player inventory. Both. Then it streams the level for opening room. Was that the last one, actually? Activate level? No, that wasn't even the last one. Spawn tutorial. Activate level, central hub. Activate level, spawn tutorial. What we're going to do is we're going to dock this real quick so that I can keep an eye on it as we go. That's going to take a moment. And at some point I'm going to also just have to like call it and end the stream. I am the only developer. Yeah, so this is I'm doing this all on my own. So that's why it's taking so long. And I'm going to get rid of these breakpoints for now because those are not actually helping. It said found door at some point. That might be related to the issue as well. Because it shouldn't be finding a door. Like it should find a door here. And why does it say checking door, found door, spawn location? Did set true? It said all that stuff, but it shouldn't. I think we need to just introduce a bool, like skip door selection or something. Because I think that might be the thing that's kind of messing with it. Let's take a look at the well, not that. Somewhere in here. Oh, actually, no, it is this. So we just add in like a bool check doors, which does mean that we need to go into the header file. Also add it in there. If check no. If check doors and doors.num is greater than or equal to 0. No, I'll just check if doors should be checked. And then we can just put like one bracket here and one bracket there. And then set player to save point like directly if doors shouldn't be checked. Is the idea, right? This is actually now we definitely need to rebuild engine for this. Because it's gonna refresh some nodes and that's gonna get fucky. I don't think that this is it, actually. The thing is, if it is just a little like weird quirk with the engine, I don't know how I'm gonna fix that. Because it seems to be a weird quirk with level streaming. Which means that I need to revise the whole concept of how my levels work in like the game, period. Which means I have to do a lot of other shit to make this fast travel thing work. But I'm starting to be pretty convinced that it's not my code. I'm starting to be pretty convinced that this is just Unreal being weird. So in this case, we don't even run that function in the other. Yeah, so that's definitely not the fucking issue. That's definitely not the issue then. Okay, let's check out what happens with like that tab in real time. Splitting the things up into different levels would altogether be okay. It would be a little bit annoying. But also would give me some more post-processing freedom, I suppose, in some ways. But it would be like a day of work, at least. So I would really rather not. Right. Central hub. That makes sense. When I go into this, unloads that, loads that. When I go into this, it unloads opening room, loads spawner tutorial. What if I go through this door? Goes to combat tutorial. Then That works. If I just go through a door, it kind of like resets itself. It's just when I... What happens if I teleport right from here to there? Then it just unloads and it doesn't reload. I think I might have just realized that it's something specifically with these doors. No, it's not. Never mind. Because the actor that I have selected is a central hub. I thought these was these actors were in the persistent level, and that's why they were getting fucked. But it's not the issue. Yeah, because all of the like things were printing the right stuff. It just doesn't like streaming in the same like level, like back to back, for some fucking reason. It's really, really iffy about all that. But even if I just go, okay, so here's the question: if this can be fixed by just going through another door. No, because that set me back to there. Why? We had that issue, I remember now. Why does it do that? Because now the other level did get loaded. So fucking loaded 2 levels. Which one is it going to unload when I go through this door again? Well, actually, let's go to a fucking entirely different door. Which one is it going to unload? It unloads the central hub. So the central hub is the latest one that it loaded. It also happens to be the 2 levels that intersect with each other, funnily enough. Why? Why? And why does it go to the fucking save point? Well, I guess for this one particularly, it might make sense to go to the save point. But let's say I now want to go to the checkpoint tutorial, right? It put me in the checkpoint tutorial. Neat. I'll leave this area. I'm in combat tutorial, sure. I go to Central Hub. Put me in the Central Hub. Fantastic. I go to combat tutorial again. Well, actually now I went to the combat tutorial, so that's the wrong thing to click on. Fuck. But this seems to work well enough. Sure. Okay. All that. Does this now work? That's... I don't know. I need to fucking... If I want to add in fast travel, I need to redo my entire level loading. It seems, because it just doesn't work. There's no reason for it not to work at this point. It's just fucking broken. And I really would prefer to use level streaming instead of having them as separate levels. I really don't want to do that. I'm just thinking if there's another like good way to do this, but the issue is, I think, with level streaming, it's the level streaming bit that's kind of fucking it. It also only seems to start like doing weird shit when I use the normal level loader. Let's actually just for shits and giggles. This is not going to work very well, and that doesn't... Never mind. That makes sense. Or maybe the level door doesn't send through the correct information. When it overlaps, what does it... It does that on Blueprint, I believe. Oh, level door, I have it on my other monitor. On overlap, it sets screen loading image. Yeah, that level door page, it does it in C++. After all, yeah. People are being noisy because they do like doing that. Let's see, hitbox component on begin overlap. Oh, let's get rid of that because I'm getting annoyed by it. It gets the game mode, it changes the battle music. I don't give a shit. It broadcasts the level to load. And the F name of the get level, get out, or get name. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Can we just get level, get name? Do we need to get out? This might actually be it. This might actually be it. Because what might be happening, if my theory here is correct, is we were getting the level, getting the level's outer, and getting that name, right? What is this level's outer? Likely the level that's streamed in this level, which means that we're getting the previous level's name. That doesn't add up in so many ways, though. Because that would have reflected in all the print string stuff that I did. Let's see, though, if this makes a difference. First, let's see whether or not I can just even go through doors at this point at all, because I might not be able to. I don't know. That is like a thing that ChatGPT could probably tell me relatively easily, right? In Unreal, if I get the outer of a level, what am I getting now? Get outer on a U level object, typically get the U world that owns that level. In some edge cases with level streaming, the outer could be a use streaming level or some other wrapper, but by default, in most gameplay contexts, get outer returns you world. So if I get outer on a stream in level, what could I expect the outer to be? For stream level, the outer is usually associated with you level streaming objects, like you dynamic streaming, you streaming Kismet, not you world. Why? Level stream in it encapsulates and manages the U level streaming objects. That U level streaming object registers the U level that attaches to the U world, but the outer ownership relationship maintains with the U level streaming object. So, I mean, all that seems to kind of maybe point into the direction that I thought I was going to do. To get the world of the streamed level, use streamed level get world directly, yes. Let's see. Can I go through these doors? That's number one, right? This is the most important thing. So that seems to be a... I can go through the doors, but it doesn't send through the stuff. So that seems to not work. That's what I'm hearing. Which is less than ideal. So let's go back in with level load. That's load game. And add back in that print string that we were working with before with level load. Just to see what it's like working with here. So like, yeah, that makes sense. But when this calls out, what does that then? It makes it the persistent level. Okay. So that's why I had that outer in there. I need to get the level. That actor exists in. So we get level. Can we just get world directly? Loop through the world streaming levels and find the one that owns the. Let's find a new chat. In Unreal, using C++, I need to get the name of the level. It's a streaming level that an actor exists in. Get outermost. Why use get outermost instead of just get outer? It's worth giving it a shot. I mean, that makes sense. Let's put that in there as well then. Can just be actual get level, and then strip that out, and then we do short level name. As an F name. Here we go again. Recompiling time. Well, I guess we could just live code. Well, too late. So the fact that we're now using a different like get outer, we get the outermost, still might have had something to do with like the weird like ownership hierarchy of like different level objects. This might fix that. This might not. I don't know. Again, I feel like we're fighting some quirk that the engine has that's outside my control. The only other thing that I could do is give the... I could do that. I could try to give the doors themselves the name as a variable on them. That would make it kind of tedious to work with. But that would probably pretty like definitively fix this issue, if nothing else. So let's see what this does. Yeah, so no, that's kind of terrible. That's not at all how that should work. Okay, I guess that's the way that we need to do it. We have the level to load, and then we have the owner level name. And then we just give in the owner level name. Kinda sucks, but if this... I mean, this is still gonna have the same issue, because the owner level, like the get outer, actually worked well, I think. So that's not gonna be... This is not gonna be the fix. I do fear that the fix is to not use level streaming for this. It kind of sucks because I have a very viewed video that shows how I set up the basic idea of this level loading system. And if it kind of breaks apart when you do this, that sucks. It's not a good time at all. Let's see if we can make this like automated still, getting the name though in the editor, because we might be able to. Can go into the construction script and do like all this, and then we can whatever set owner level name, and then we can get level, get name, get object name. Does that work? Let's see. Nope, that thinks that it's in the persistent level, which, just to be 1000% sure, is that for every door? That's for every door. Get streaming level? No. What if we do get owner? None. Flushes streaming levels in a blocking failure and returns when all levels are loaded, visible, hidden. Let me just try a thing. So after we load and unload, let's flush level streaming. Because what it might be doing is it might be like a garbage collection thing. I think this just forces every like old instance of this thing and whatever might be happening with it like out of memory. But for that it does need to then once again recompile. That's my next theory. If I understand what that function does well, flush level streaming might also just remove all streaming levels. In which case, that's not going to help me. But again, the fact that it's like loading weird levels and stuff when I like go through doors that don't even have like references to like those names, it's really weird. It's really, really weird. So hopefully this might point me in the right direction. There's one thing that's for sure. Thursday stream, if we do one again, I've been getting a little sick lately. We're going to be working on this fast travel thing again. We're probably going to be working on the fast travel thing like next week as well. But I guess first and foremost, let's see if this, like when we flush the level streaming thing, does that like mess anything up? That seems to still work. Ooh, but that will have said, no, that didn't set anything weird. It does kind of still weird me out that it sometimes prints an empty string. Might be entirely like different object doing that though. Opening room, central hub. Okay, let's go to the spawner tutorial. Seems to work out fairly well. Central hub. Moment of truth. I have no high hopes for this. Nope. It's just fucked. So what happens if I go through something different? I think this is also going to send me to the central hub now. Okay, this is really dumb. But what if? I remember putting that there for a reason. Maybe removing it is actually the solution here. I think the issue is it was triggering like twice because it was also overlapping with the sword sometimes or some shit. Yeah, you see, so there is... I think the issue lies somewhere deeper, because that just loaded 2 different levels. It loaded the starting room and the spawning tutorial. So I think it's loading like 2 different levels, somehow. And that do once node, yeah. So the issue might be like higher up the chain somewhere. Because now it's going to spawn... I was going to say both levels as well, but... I mean, aside from the fact that it suddenly has like starting room loaded in as well, everything now does seem to... What happens if I try to go to the checkpoint tutorial while starting room is active? Because this is going to set me to the right place as well. Okay, so that for a moment streamed in Central Hub and then immediately sent me to opening room. I saw that flashing. Why would it do that? Why would it do that? I've got one more thing that I want to check out, and then we're going to end the stream, because it's been, like, literally 4 hours, and I am losing my fucking mind. But I want to... have a sip of water, first and foremost. Holy hell, I'm... trying... like a human piece of... well, human jerky. Somewhere in here we have the like loading widgets. Somewhere, right? Main menu, load menu. That's the death screen. I guess we find the references to this. Oh, hold on, that's on the player. Oh, loading screen's on the player. That makes sense. It does make sense, doesn't it? So that would be like dark something, rather. Dark shadow. So happy that I gave him a name. Widgets, loading screen. The fuck are you? Loading screen. So yeah, this thing. Let's just for a moment make that entirely invisible. I want to visually see what the hell's going on in my game. Okay, that works. Sure. Okay, that's not impacted at all. Good to know. Couldn't even see it. Couldn't even see it. Wait, what? Why did that happen? What the fuck? Was it just because I walked into here? Yeah, I think it was just because I walked into there. Okay. Yeah, this shit's just broken, man. It just doesn't work. And I don't know what's causing it, which is the worst part. But again, if I just go through here now, this is going to send me back to Central Hub, right? Why? Why does it think that that's a good thing to do? It has to be something to do with this binding and like whatevering and what the fuck. Unbind all events from door triggered in our current array of level doors. And we want to do that anytime we... Yeah, so the issue I think is to do with the fact that I'm not calling reset level doors in this version of fast traveling, maybe. So we load streaming level, but before we do that, so we unbind all level doors before we do anything. And the same thing here. I don't fucking really care where. Just do it in a place where it kind of makes sense. Right here. And then we get rid of the do ones in both of these because I don't know, I feel like that's kind of messing with it. Somehow, some way. The fact that it's like triggering more than once. So get rid of this. If we can't make it work with that, gone. There's like deeper issues. Still printing like empty strings every so often. I don't know why. Going between these two seems to work well enough. That also seems to work. So yeah, I think the doors now behave more similar to what you would expect them to be behaving like. But now this is gonna like ruin my day again, right? Yep. For no reason. Actually straight up no reason. There's just something... Fuck off. There's just something about this, man. Okay, I'm gonna do something super weird. But I'm gonna set this to not do overlap events by default. And then set generate overlap events to true. After 1 second. Correction, we're going to do that in a moment once we set it up in the C++ side. Hitbox, blueprint, read, write. I don't have the patience to recompile. Let's see if live coding will take. It's taking a moment, so hopefully. Actually, finished. Never mind. Doesn't seem like it's doing the thing. Oh no, there we go. So what if they only allow overlaps after 1 second has gone by? Because for normal gameplay, that's not going to be an issue, but that might result in... Oh yeah, or you could just like not do that at all. Why not? Also, sure fucking... Putting this valid in between this. Have it your fucking way. That doesn't make any sense though. At all. But if we have event begin play, the issue is that we need to have the parent call as well. So like it takes a second before these are now like interactable, which is all fine. Because what I'm thinking is that it might, like, due to like teleporting my player, it might like slam it into that door accidentally. Because what it might be doing is like sending me from location A to B, but on that trajectory, it might be slamming me like through the door that then like teleports me into that other place. And might not have anything to do with... No, that doesn't make sense. Never mind. Maybe it does, because I'm doing it from a different location. Yeah, no, actually, the more I think about it, the less that makes sense as well. That's probably not what's happening, like, at all. That's sad. This did put me in a position aside from what I clicked on, right? Did I click on checkpoint tutorial? I might have clicked on checkpoint tutorial, I don't know. Yeah, this is now setting me to... What the fuck? And this is not even mentioning the fact that the UI version of this still does not fucking work. Right? So... if this doesn't magically fix it, which it won't, I think what we're going to do on Thursday is I'm going to move into having everything in persistent levels. And just carry over my data through the game instance. Because surely that way it will fucking work, right? If that doesn't work, I will actually lose my mind. Yeah, this doesn't... that doesn't do it either. So just loading a different level than I'm telling it to load. Which is like actually just fucked. So that means, yeah, I think we're going to need to put ourselves in a situation where we can still use this persistent world to work on the levels to have them make some sort of spatial sense. But I think that means that in actual gameplay, I need the like actual levels we go through to become persistent levels, so that we actually can like use the open level node, move into an entirely different level that is a persistent level in and of itself, which will also make testing certain levels easier, to be fair. But that also means that every level needs its own post-processing volume and all that kind of stuff, and that's just a little annoying. Is there anything particular that we do in the persistent level blueprint? We set the game instance. That's mostly for level loading, though. We can do that just on begin play in... Oh no, we don't actually need to do that at all, do we? The third-person character in the game instance. Oh, that's why we do that. Because we need to set the third-person character in the game instance to our player character. Then we start the game. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. Because again, we're 4 hours into this, and I am at this point relatively sure that this is just Unreal fucking with me. Because there's like zero reason for the way that we go through this to be loading levels that we are not even like referencing by name in any actual way. right? So what if we do something like this, right? Just had a thing there. Can we like async like load asset? Yes, we can. So if we async load this asset, instead of doing this, can we do that? I don't think so, because these are soft object reference and those get wiped when we actually play the game, I think. But that might not be the case when they are in persistent levels. That might only be because they are streaming levels. Oh no, it does actually open up that level now. So that might, hold on, that might actually work then, because if we... Again, just for testing purposes, really. If we go into the project settings real quick, do we have this open anywhere in here? No. Like the default game mode is actually already this, which means that the default player, oh, that's, yeah, the issue is that we don't have like default player. But if we are going to move over to persistent level opening, that shouldn't be a problem either, right? So we can just set our like default pawn to being our like dark shadow dude. And that might kind of fuck with some things here. Doesn't seem to. That's good. So like that mostly works. And actually, because everything in the game instance like uses all that code to set my location on begin play as well, or the game mode does rather. Obviously I don't have like actual good lighting here at all now, but I should be able to just... This should be... Oh no, I'm below the ground. I'm below the ground, I think. Am I? That might not have worked properly. Yeah, that didn't work properly. I don't know why. That didn't work properly, but the first one did. Yeah, okay. But like loading in and actually like putting my character into different levels seems to mostly be working. So what happens if I do this? Yeah, it just opens up like this boss fight in its actual persistent level. So I guess that's what we are going to need to do. It's kind of, again, fucked because I have like a video with like 90,000 views showing the level streaming method between levels. Which again, I still do think that there's merit to that and that that's valuable, but it's just apparently kind of breaks apart when you want to do this, or again, there might also be something in my specific setup with my specific code that I just am overlooking for like the past 4 hours straight, but I really don't think so. So yeah, I think on Thursday we're gonna revisit this. And switch all this up to not stream levels, but just fucking open them. At which point, I'm super happy that I set this up in the game instance in the first place. So yeah, that's kind of good. Okay. Yeah, so fast travel is a bit of a bigger project than I thought it was going to be. Not super happy about that. Thought this was going to be like a fun one stream kind of deal. But it's probably good to like clean up this shit at some point as well, right? Because if we actually make these different levels now, we don't need to like all hook this up into one giant blueprint graph. Like this load game stuff can just exist within the loading screen, like the welcome screen level. Well, actually, everything can kind of maintain its like place aside from just level load. Instead of streaming in, we'll just open the levels. Doesn't need to unload anything anymore, because if we just open a new level, we'll just boot everything from the current level to be destroyed. Yeah, no, I think we can just kind of replace this with open, like, async load asset, and just give in the asset for the level. And then just open that level. Still, it's good if we can refactor some of this stuff to begin with, and maybe comment it a little bit, because there's going to be like a lot that we need to do. For now, I'm going to leave this in a place where it's kind of broken, and we'll be back on Thursday to try to make it less broken, I suppose. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out, and sticking with me while I lose my mind. I'm kind of pissed. See you on Thursday. Again, or next week, depending on if I actually end up getting sick or not.